Test. Microphone. Okay, microphone is working. Chat test. Okay, chat is working. Okay. Log for the 7th of April. Today I'm trying to finish off debugging on the Cuban changes on the tool. Inheritance system, or how the inheritance works with the tooling. I've put tools out of the static palette and now have tools assigned to a brush. They come with the functions that are needed for the brush, and so you can swap them out easily. Yeah. There's something that I don't know if this will cause issues. It's not tried and tested, but in theory, it has benefits over having everything in the brush. So if you want to change anything in the brush, like just have the paint function add a component to your objects that you are going to draw. And you would have to swap out the whole brush. With the new changes, you would just have to swap out the tool. So you could just make a new tool with a new paint function, and that makes things a little bit simpler than the current system. There are some thoughts behind that you could maybe even dynamically say, I want to use this or that tool. Currently, the tools are assigned in the class of the brush statically. So maybe you could swap that out and say, hey, I want this and that tool with that brush. It would actually be pretty cool. It also would justify the name Brush Forger. Just have a field where you assign the tools. That's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Just have to see how do I get the list of brushes inside, of tools inside the inspector. Okay, that's going to be, because it's going to be a little bit harder, because I don't know if I can just reference a script that is not loaded just in the file system. But I think that answers a very, very important question, is how do I get the tools into the brush? Otherwise, I'm still feeling a little bit sick. Probably should see a doctor, because I've been sick for too long, but I feel like I should put my work first. Yeah. Yeah, probably it would just be better if I just would get an appointment immediately. I'm just happy that I got up early, start to work, and yeah, I'm happy about that. That's why, yeah, that's pretty much why I don't go to see a doctor currently. I'm fine, though. So the last appointment with the doctor weren't very productive. Where I could say, okay, that helped me a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty much just having a small cold. And if I go to a doctor, he will say, hey, you have a cold. Maybe give me some kind of medicine, antibiotics. Antibiotics? Is that the correct word? Yeah, that's it, the correct word. Yeah. But I don't feel like that's necessary. I think that's overkill. Yeah. I feel like that's a little bit overkill. Just take a second. getting my desk into the position. Okay. Probably it's also a matter of sleep, yeah. I mean, because I drop out my sleep schedule. I think that will help me more than seeing a doctor right now. And if that doesn't help, then I should see a doctor. But I pretty much should just go with the actual plan that I have for sleeping. So I intend to go to bed at 11:45 and get up at 7:30. Yeah, that's actually my long-term plan, but I don't follow it, and that's why I feel like kind of guilty when going to see a doctor and take the space that other people take. Isn't really nice. I had the project open, but it seems to be closed right now. That's odd. And the thing is, I've been feeling sick for a long time right now. And not really sick that I can't do anything, but it's not. It's very bad on the long term. Yeah, I really had a down last week, and being a little bit sick the whole time for too long. I think that just is bad for your psyche. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Still have a lot of errors to fix. We have prefab brush, and we need to kind of make sure that we can assign these two fields: active tools and action tools. And for that we would need to work in the inspector. We have a problem over here because this is not dynamic. These are settings for the tool. Yeah, so actually we have tool settings. That sucks. We have tool settings now. So what is my problem here? So you have this tool settings, which is currently named brush options. Yeah, it specifically says tool options, and in the tool options we define the draw radius, erase radius, A draw chance. It's interesting. Uh, And then we have a lot of reference to the refresh preview function, which is now on the tool. That's easy to fix. Yeah, so we have a lot of errors here that are easy to fix. Just this whole bracket will need to go, and then I will probably have to add an inspector for the tool. Yeah, to the tool inspector. Probably should have tool inspector inside the palette. Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah, let's just do it. Okay. So I've defined new things, and I think this cleans up a lot of questions. Very much. Tools can be found in the brush inspector. Add tool inspector with options like draw radius, erase radius. Yeah, draw radius, erase radius. Okay. This is going to be in every tool. Brush. And no partial type class for tools. Yeah. So these are the tasks that are related to restructuring the tool. And after that, probably just want everything to work. I'm saying that way too much though, so I shouldn't expect too much. Yeah, it would be unlikely for me to finish anything big today. But I can lay the groundwork to finishing today. But I need good music for that. Free Lo-fi. We write free Lo-fi music. And once we finish in a state where we can actually see things again, we have to git push immediately. Currently, I don't want to git push with all the errors inside. I would kind of you would refuse that as a request if I put push it on main. Well, I should probably have made a workbench though. Yeah. Okay. Let's start.
What's up, man?
Yo, what's up, Heavens? I saw you stream lately. I didn't say anything, but I saw your stream. Basically, I was going to the bed, that's why I didn't want to start chatting and then... All I would have to say... all that I would have said would have been, hey, hi there,
Me
goodbye.
too, I'm sleepy.
Oh, you're sleeping, yeah, it's... Shouldn't it be in the middle of the night right now for you? Like 3 a.m.? Yeah, hi.
I'm typing on my sleep.
Ah. It's some kind of programmer sleepwalking, I guess. It's already in the reflexes. The subconsciousness movement. Yeah. So I've been doing great. I've made a decision to restructure a big part of the project again and delay the release with that, but yeah, it's not something that it was necessary.
BEST Viwares on stream.com remove the
Oh
space
my.
CI6YHUFB.
These bots.
Was I being degenerate when you saw me or working on my house?
I think I saw you smoking some weed. But you wouldn't degenerate.
Oh, I was being degan.
Come on, don't say that. That's pretty negative. It was pretty chill, yeah. So now I'm not smoking weed at the moment, and I'm probably not going to smoke weed for a year or so. Only recommendation I would make is better eat it, because that's better for your lung. Yeah. has it down that it takes longer, but yeah. But I've been,
agree.
but I've been smoking weed when I was 10 years younger. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I never overdid it too much, but back then I did it with friends a little bit, and then at home, and then I stopped it. And I was like, yeah, probably shouldn't do that at home when I can do better stuff. But I'm the person I also don't drink alcohol, just for the reason that I drink alcohol alone then. And even though I've never been an alcoholic, I saw the danger and say, yeah, before I can let myself go, I need to be more productive and contribute something to the human beings, to humanity. And now I do things in gaming. How that is contributing to humanity, I don't know. But yeah. I think the cool thing is with weed that it's really relaxing, and that's what I miss a little bit. Sometimes for example, my shoulder is really stiff just from sitting the whole day. Probably should stand more, but at the moment I'm sick. And I really like to smoke a little bit of weed and take a hot bath, yeah, just to relax. And then in the bath it's super relaxing. You can really loosen your muscles a little bit. Yeah, that's super cool.
Do you put anything in the bath or just water?
I always add some. Yes, to answer your question, yes, I always put some. I don't know what is. It makes bubbles, some soap kind of thing that makes bubbles and smells a little bit. I put that inside. But I don't take a lot of baths, to be honest. Normally I just shower because it's faster. And taking a bath is something that I really like to do, just to relax, and I think it's nice. But we basically have, it's a comparison of 5 minutes showering or taking half an hour of a bath, and sitting there half an hour can be quite stressful. Especially if I don't take my smartphone with me. Yeah, and I shouldn't. I think it's better to always focus on the things that you do.
But I never tried.
What's Epsom salt? Epsom salt. Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, I've been gifted Epsom salt and put that inside. I don't really see the point of it, to be honest. I would say it tickles a little, maybe a little bit, so it's a personal preference. But that's more the stuff that I would prefer when going to the sauna. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have saunas in your region? Because I'm pretty sure saunas are a very European thing, weirdly enough.
Some gyms have them, and there's a couple special Russian and Korean ones in NYC, but they aren't too common.
Yeah, I think saunas, at least in the region where I am, are very common. I think they are very common in Europe. Here, I've been living in a I've been raised in a 30,000 man town, small town. Though we were next to a lot of big towns, so you just drive to the big towns if you want to do something. So it's not a rural experience. But we also had a sauna. Every small town has most small towns have a sauna. I see that the young people often are a little bit divided on saunas in where I live, because there's a lot of people who just can't get around the fact that you go in there naked, yeah. And sometimes when you talk to people who are going to the sauna, they're super strict about like showing off that you go in there naked, but you shouldn't be showing off, and that's always some concern there. I've also had good and bad sauna experiences. But I think would you go to the sauna? Would that mind you?
I like to go back and forth from hot and cold. It makes me relaxed. I stay in hot till I get uncomfortable, then I jump in a cold pool. It's refreshing.
Oh, that's really cool. Most people hate the cold pool. I always jump in the cold pool, just when I get out of the sauna. I think there's a danger for your heart, and if you have a weak heart, then you can get a heart attack. But if you're normal or tough, you can jump in with no danger. I really like that, going into the cold, and it just your whole body just gets the feeling of refreshing. It goes a little bit numb though, yeah. And then I find it kind of cool. But in your case, I guess that is more from a hot to a cold bath, not from a hot sauna. Did you ever go to the sauna?
Yeah, for done it with sauna and hot tub, then a normal pool. I go back and forth like 20 times.
Oh, and 20 times is really tough. I usually can go to, let's say, 6 to 8 saunas, and then I'm done. Yeah. That's really tough.
It starts feeling like a drug effect.
Maybe. I would say it's not the same. Because you're still at your full senses.
I bet your saunas are real nice.
Maybe. Well, if they weren't nice, then nobody would go there. So they make a lot of money with saunas here. Yeah? That's why they build them everywhere, because
It's separate for men and women.
No. That's possible, but uncommon. So most saunas actually don't have a separation of men and women. Yeah, it's something that we just inherited, I guess, from the idea that everybody is equal and that we have to get over the differences between men and women. Yeah. and it actually works. Yeah, when and it's also good that there's no
The
separation.
women are naked with men naked, or did you mean a bathing suit?
No, everybody is naked. So there's so you can take a towel and cover yourself. That's what some people do, but everybody who goes there regularly just ditches that, because then you get the problem that you have a towel or something, and that gets wet. Yeah, and that's uncomfortable. That's so that's something that people do when they go there the first time, because they are still insecure, but over the time most people will ditch the towel and just go naked. And you will just have a towel underneath you, and then you just go naked. Yeah? So I've been to the sauna with guys, with girls, alone, family. Yeah, pretty much that's it. Yeah. Oh, also with other. Yeah, in a group of young people. So you can go there in every group constellation, and the people who have a problem with that are usually young friends, very young youth people, who are not used to the environment
What
of
do you do
just
in the
going
sauna?
there.
Just lay down and relax.
Yep, that's basically it. You go there and you have different kind of saunas. So you have the sauna that you have one that is a coal mine, and then you have coal tones, whatever that is supposed to be, and you have the Finnish sauna, a hot fog. I don't know. Some saunas have more fog, and some are hotter. Some are really cold. Some have different smells. Some just play a song. I don't know. They come up with weird ideas and just do it, I guess. And then you have your
Sounds
events.
cool, but I think the naked people would freak me out a little.
I think it at the first time, yes, but it gets old really quick. Yeah, because you see the naked people, and you know you can't do anything about it, and you shouldn't look, and you shouldn't judge, and it gets old really quick. Yeah, and studies also show something very similar, that the more men and women just go together naked, or even use the same spaces, the less a problem it becomes. Once you go into separation, you kind of get more into full separation real quick. Because it seems to be the best way to say, okay, this isn't working out with men and women, so we need to separate more and more. You know, but maybe we are more in the middle ground in Germany. I think in Sweden they go, in Finland they go more into doing everything together. They nowadays even share the same bathrooms, and I don't know, when they in the military they share everything right now, and they say that it works very, very good. So it's really interesting, but I'm not that deep into that topic on the other side. So I could talk a little bit of bullshit right now, because I haven't read the studies that deeply. I just saw them in the news. And you always have to take it with a grain of salt, because the numbers, I think the numbers were not that great. Where they didn't have that many people, where they made the study on. And of course I'm biased because I'm European, and we have a culture of going in naked in all the kind of places. We always have had nude lakes, for example, nude spaces, public spaces where I don't know if you have to go nude, but it's pretty much there's a sign that this is the nude beach, and you go there nude. Yeah, and we also have that in Germany, a lot in the east, but it's also in the west.
Did you go to the nude lakes to swim?
Yes. It's actually not that special. So one thing that you might think is nude lakes, and there's a lot of hot people there, but most of the people there are old guys and moms, and you actually don't want to look at exactly, yeah. And then there's probably that if there's beaches for young people and they go there, they stay under themselves. I don't want to mess around with the boomers because the boomers are a little bit annoying.
Swim nude.
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes into your senses a little bit more. I mean, nobody's going to see anyway, so whatever. At least they don't have a cam.
We have nude beaches too, but not too common.
Oh, I didn't know that it made it over to America. I thought they are kind of resistant against those things, because the Americans are a little bit more, I would say, right wing. It's hard to explain. It's just a different culture, and just a different group of people. And there are probably things where Americans are much more left than the Europeans. But normally what we hear about the Americans is they're very strict about religion, about sexuality, about nudity. Didn't think that there's there's nude beaches over there. It would be
Yes,
some
true,
kind of legal
yeah.
issue. Sorry.
Nothing to do here.
Nothing to do? What do you mean? I mean, America has a lot of great things that we Europeans can just dream of. Like, if just how big America is, with less population density, that's a huge gift, and you have a lot of resources, and your cities haven't been bombed in World War II, and not having a war in 200 years is really nice because all your old buildings are still standing. Where in Europe, most old buildings have, even the pretty ones, have been destroyed. And there's a lot of 60s and 70s architecture, which actually doesn't look that nice.
I mean, in the cities they're kinda boring compared to European cities probably. Too many rules.
What I think is American cities are sometimes looking too much the same. Like, you have the Walmart with every Walmart, every McDonald's, they look a little bit the same. I don't know. I would have to go there and judge on that, but I also don't know too much about the German city, what to do there. Except for maybe sports activities. Yeah, that's a lot. Actually, we have a lot of activities.
I may go back to sleep if I stop chatting. I'll be back in 4 hours, but I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. So have a nice sleep. Good night.
Haha. This was just a dream.
Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. If you're so sleepy, I can maybe just pull you into the think it was a dream. But that wouldn't be very nice.
What's the most fun European country you visited?
Fun. Italy, I guess. I haven't been traveling too much. Oh, Netherlands are very, very fun though. A problem is that my personal experience varies from going in there as somebody young in their teens, with other people in their teens. That's where I would say Italy was great, where we had a lot of fun activities. The people are nice. They're very good at entertaining.
Netherlands like to bike a lot.
And yeah, and then I've been to the Netherlands. From the culture and how their infrastructure works, it's super interesting. But it differs from going in there just for the entertainment. Yeah? So I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that's fun, but that's really, really interesting. So it's something to hear about that and to see it, but going in there and experiencing it's a real culture shock when you go in there and just see the masses of young people biking, and you go in there and they bike left and right of you, and they also have the infrastructure for it, and this is really cool. And they are actually pretty hot. I think because they have more movement. I think the Dutch people are also a little bit healthier than the average German people, because they just move more. Yeah, just getting to your bike, getting on your bike, go to work, and go back. It's going to enhance your physical abilities a little bit. It helps definitely to get through your daily life, and this is something that I miss in Germany, where it's okay-ish, yeah? But it's on a whole different level in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, you can just go on your bike and drive wherever you want to go. That's pretty cool. I also like to just go on my bike and go to the supermarket, grocery store, and get some stuff. If I don't need a car, if I just want to get a drink or something. Or I forgot my cat food for the week and have to go to the supermarket real quick, I just go by bike. And lately the infrastructure in Germany has changed a little bit, so it's easier to go by bike. A little bit more convenient. But in the Netherlands, they have it so good. And their cities, the city centers are beautiful. Really city centers where you have a lot of local stores and they sell their stuff that they make in their cities. And everybody goes there by foot. Kinds of has a really nice flavor. Doesn't mean that is always good. Yeah, can backfire if you try to have a lot of social stuff with the wrong people, or if it makes criminal activity too easy. But I think that the Dutch, because they are very modern and they tackle a lot of the issues very fast. They've really made it into a very good state with their biking infrastructure.
I have an EU passport from Greece, so I could probably travel around there easy.
You have an EU passport, yeah. I was like, yeah, if you have a visa from Greece, then you couldn't. But with the EU passport from Greece, yeah, you could. Makes you wonder a little bit how you have a EU passport. So do we have a citizenship from Greece?
From my dad was from Greece. I got my citizenship a few years ago there through the consulate here.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, and then with the passport you can travel in the whole of the EU, I guess. That's convenient, I guess. I mean, I've been raised in a time in the 90s when I was going anywhere with my parents. I remember how inconvenient it was to travel. Like, it still was kind of convenient, but you have every time you cross the border, you had these border controls, and basically there was a traffic jam, and then they would just go to every car and look at their passport. Yeah, that we could go on. And nowadays it's really convenient. I can also just drive to Greece by train or something. I don't need to do anything about it. I don't even need to tell anybody. I can just go there from if I have a job or some other kind of application where I need to tell the guys where I am. That's the only thing that there is. Yeah. Really convenient. If you ever go to the Netherlands, I would really recommend you to look at the architecture, and what is really special about it is to look for the how they do it in the smaller areas, like not just in the big cities, but how they do the traffic crossings and pathways all over the Netherlands. So that was what really was for me mind-blowing. How much effort they put into the small streets where
Some of my work team is from there. I want to try to go one day.
Yeah. But that's pretty cool. And Dutch people are really, really nice people. At least the Dutch people that I know. Now I heard that they can be kind of rude. Same as the Germans, so I wouldn't bother. Like they are very direct. That's the same as what they say about the Germans. When I was there, they were pretty chill actually. And Dutch people are really, really funny. The young people, I know I was there. We had a student exchange, and they would make some Nazi jokes, and the Germans, they absolutely don't do that. If you make a Nazi joke with the German always feel guilty, and we have a deep culture of refusing to have anything to do with fascism, or right wing. Now that changes a little bit right now, just because it has been some time since our last war. But there's still a deep understanding of what happened and what went wrong back then. And the Dutch people that would just make Nazi jokes, but they were young. I think that they didn't really know what they were saying. They probably just had some ideas from gaming or something.
I get some anti-Semites friends in my stream, but it's funny cause they don't know I'm Jewish.
Yeah, I think it's kind of annoying that I wouldn't say annoying. You can expect it with the internet that everybody can just chat and say their free opinion. There's some benefit from that people are not hiding it. It's like kind of sad, to be honest, that anti-Semite memes, I would say, spread a little bit too much. I wouldn't mind in them for them to actually make some jokes on it. If it's not trying to hurt something or somebody, or if it's not serious, I think that's actually okay. But that's not what people do, unfortunately.
I don't let it get to me.
Yeah, but that's what you have to do, BM. It's not that you have much of a choice. If you would let that get to you, you couldn't work anymore. You have to do your job. You have to focus on things that are actually worth something. And anti-Semitism, it's just destructive for no reason. The reason behind it is, I don't know, hate. It's different because the Semites, Jewish people, if they show they're Jewish, yeah, and I would say the more right-wing Jewish people, they show it off, and that triggers people because they're different, yeah, and it's. There's one thing on the one side. On the other side, the situation in Israel right now, it's very complicated. I wouldn't say that Israel is doing the best, yeah, but I wouldn't say that all Jewish people are behind them. Jewish people also are a democracy, and if you read the news a little bit, or you probably do read the news about Israel. But if the average people would read a little bit more how the politics are in Israel, they're also divided on what to do and what is right about the morals of the current situation. It's not that every Jew is trying to destroy Gaza. They're in a very, very hard situation right now, I would say, where they don't really have a great strategy, but are forced to be active on the Gaza situation.
We killed more people in Iraq and no one cared, but everyone likes to protest Israel.
No, not everybody likes to protest against Israel. I think you have a great many people behind you that understand the Jewish people. They are just not that vocal. Yeah.
United States Gov is crazy.
Yeah. So the
bombing Somalia and Yemen now.
Yeah, okay. I really can't get behind that right now. Now, what I can say was the United States government. I don't like that they only have two parties. That's absolutely a no-go for me. Both parties are, from the European perspective, are very right-wing. When the US citizens say that the liberals are lefties and
Yes, both
pretty far.
parties are the same.
Yeah, the from the European perspective, they are pretty much not left.
Very minor differences to me.
Yeah. But I don't think that this will change anytime soon, because it would need to the Americans would need to swap out their election system for something that allows more parties. The Cuban system allows more parties, but if in practice only 2 parties get elected, and that's kind of where America is a little bit divided. And it splits the society a little bit too much.
Our empire is gonna fall. I got some gold.
I don't know. There's a lot of memes about falling empires, but let's just look at the Roman Empire. How long that lasted. Roman Empire timeline, because I think that was over 1,000 years or so. So since the American Empire, if we would call it so, which it isn't, it could still last a couple of 100 years. We just compared to other, I say, big empires like the Roman one, and this one goes from 700 to 500 AD. But after that, they were still active as the East Roman Empire. The biggest threat to Americans is just the threat from within. That Trump, for example, goes into full dictatorship. That would trigger a set of events that would... I don't think it would cause a civil war, but it could go into a decline, but we don't know. This is
destruction of the money.
And what the Americans are currently not doing is helping the poor people and spreading wealth to become trying to get wealth to the average people, and that the average people are quite wealthy. That's something that's a little bit concerning. On the other side, if you make it in America, you are absolutely big. Like, the salaries are just insane in America.
We spend more on bombs than our poor people.
You spend a lot on bombs. And then they are bombing the Yemen. I know what America is trying to do there, because in Yemen the Iran regime is active. And they try to go against that. The Iran regime is pretty radical.
We are mercenaries for the Saudis.
Yeah. Just like a long arm. The main issue that I see there is the long-term solution. Strategy is kind of missing. So, in my opinion, and I'm absolutely not educated on that. Yeah, you can absolutely say, okay, that's bullshit what I say right now. But in my opinion, it would be the best solution would be to give the Yemen people participation, that they have a fair and democratic government, and then let them be a little bit. And you also have to accept that they probably are not going to favor your own party too much, or your position too much. That they can have their own relationships. But what I see what they're trying to do is just to pick their own favorite from their perspective, the Saudis and the Americans, and they bomb the others.
To steal the people's oil.
Kind of. They don't need the oil. They don't need the oil. They just want to get rid of the Iran influence. That's what they're afraid of. However, that's a real threat, because the Iran regime, I've known people from there, and they don't have anything good to say. As I've been I had a neighbor from Iran. He was a refugee. And I was talking with him. I was helping him to get a job in Germany. Pretty actively. I actually did write his job application. The the job application. Okay, that was right. And he said that the current regime in Iran is just restricting their own people, and all they care about is war and spreading their own country borders and religion by force, and that's kind of evil. That's why I say the Iran government is a real threat. It's not an imaginary threat, it's a real threat, because it's not going to change. Now, there's a lot of nuances here, because I think that the diplomacy towards Iran could be vastly improved. I think the deal that we had with Iran about the nuclear solution was pretty good. And it's very sad that this didn't work out. But it's something that the EU always twice.
They're more accepting democratic gov through our CIA and installed a dictator.
Yeah, but that was long ago. What now? That's a problem, yeah. I know that they had a pretty good government, and how much the CIA was involved, I think it's a little bit overdone in the media, how much they were involved, because there was a real movement from the religious side to install their religious leader, and you cannot just overthrow a government just with your secret service. The CIA probably helped and was a factor, but they didn't overthrow the regime alone, in my opinion. And I wasn't there, but I can't imagine that they installed this huge group of new people in the government with the CIA when they don't have the support. The support has to be there and built up. And then I think the CIA stepped in the end to make something happen there. But you can't really say it wouldn't have happened anyway. It wouldn't have happened. A little bit hard. But let's say the decision to support the overthrowing of the government back then, it probably backfired pretty bad.
We use PR companies to change the people's perspective through propaganda. We did that in Iraq and Libya too.
Yeah. Now Russia is doing the same in Europe and doing this pretty obviously. And we see how much it works. We see in Hungary, the government is pretty much pro-Russia because they have a lot of people that back them up because of the history. Because when Russia was there, they remember that, and they also had their own party and people who supported them, and they have been able to enhance the good perspective of the Soviet Union. And America kind of does the same. Yeah. I mean, when I read that American services have been shut down in other countries, especially in Russia, they've been shutting down their radio stations and everything. And then they say that's against free speech and democracy. And I'm like, it's kind of true, but it's also kind of untrue. The same with Russian radio stations right now. They have been shut down in the EU. Because they've been very aggressive with fake news. Pretty much, they pretty much have the perspective that Russia is good and EU is bad. And to the Russian people in countries that listen to these news, they kind of get into the narrative, and we find out that they are influenced. I'm not sure how successful the Americans are in other countries, because in Iraq and Libya, I can't see the Americans gaining that much ground on spreading their perspective, because they don't have that many people that would listen to them. Libya is a hard topic for me, I think. Also, a very sad state where they pretty much don't have a government right now. Let me look at that up, also how the state of Libya is. State of Libya. I mean, you could also look at the war map. Current situation in Libya. Yeah, it's still divided. So they have two governments right now, I think. Where you have the red side, which is Russian supported, and the blue side, which is EU and US supported, and they battle each other out. Yeah. Doesn't play any role in the European news right now. It's always just mentioned as a failed revolution that happened there.
You ever want to travel to Africa?
Oh, I was in Africa. I was in Ethiopia, so really in the middle of Africa. Pretty much the middle. I was in Tunisia, Ethiopia. No, I think only those two. I'm not sure if I was in Libya. I don't think I was ever in Libya. No, I was in Tunisia and Ethiopia. I don't really want to travel there again. Maybe into the middle of Africa, like only safe Botswana. Botswana would be a nice destination because it's kind of safer. Yeah. That would be interesting for me. Issue is that it isn't that. I think that there's just people and places that are not that nice, at least to my taste. Yeah. And I was in Tunisia. The Tunisian people. I didn't forge any bonds with them. And the guys that I met there, they were pretty much trying to sell us things. Pretty loud, trying to cheat on how they were trying to sell things, and they cheat a lot about the quality of the stuff. So didn't meet nice people in Tunisia. In Ethiopia, it's another story though, because there I was working with the average guys. I like actually working more in other countries than visiting just as a tourist. Because when I work with people, I actually get to know them. If I just go there for tourism, you always get these guys who try to get their money from you, and I think it's just not the same. But I have a great experience in.
On there?
I didn't install solar panels and was teaching the engineers how to do that and a little bit about how it works. I don't think that it was a great job though. I pretty much just googled up how to install solar panels and made a PowerPoint presentation. And then I was in front of all these engineers and taught them how to install solar panels. We also installed a solar panel there, so we did leave something. And the solar panel was for a local hospital, a small hospital. So that was the good part about it. With the presentation and the engineers that I work with, I think the connection was not deep enough to leave an impact. Yeah, because we were there for 4 weeks, and when I worked with the engineers, the work was still very flat. In the depth of understanding was there, like just humans trying to work together, but in the scientific field, we didn't make any big conversations on how to do things or discussions, and that was a little bit missing there. So I think that could be improved upon. Like I would really like to just go to Africa and teach a little bit about coding or something. That would be really cool. Then I could actually contribute something. And that was something that I did as a student, and naturally the depth of the work is not that deep when you go there as a student. When you still don't know how to do this stuff by yourself, Google it up, make a PowerPoint and teach it to engineers. It's kind of weird because nowadays I think, okay, what I did there was nice, and they probably were like, okay, that's maybe a nice guy, but we can Google that stuff up ourselves. Because the engineers that I was talking to, they are of course the people who have access to the internet. Back then it was 2000. 11 or 12, I think. So I think these guys probably didn't learn that much from me. Yeah. It's a smaller problem that people who go to Africa from Germany, when they go there for the money, it's good money that you can earn there when you help them. But if you have highly educated people, they kind of tend to stay in Europe and be with the I would say high class engineers or something. People who have a deep understanding and work in that field. Kind of exclusive though. But spending years in Africa, that's not going to make you a good engineer again. A little bit like discussing who's better, the teacher or the guy who implements the stuff and knows exactly what he's doing and what is needed. Yeah, and the teacher in the niche engineering field can only go so far. Doesn't mean that teachers do a bad job. Because you can't do it. You can't be everything. That's a unicorn. It does exist.
Gonna sleeps come for highs come for high.
Good night then. Okay. One of my cats is absolutely dying from boredom right now. Not a lot of people would say. So what about it? I'm not so much into that. Yeah, I'm trying to do too many things with that, but I really want her to not get bored because it's just bad for her health, and I want to walk her outside. Gonna be a shock for her. I just want to make a walk with her, trying to get around. Because she knows she's been living with me in this apartment for 2 years now, and I can understand she's trying to get attention. And when I go to her, she goes to her feeding, to her auto feeder, and it's like, hey, give me food. There's food inside the food container, and they have, I don't know, feeding bin or something. So that's not the real issue. She doesn't need food. She needs something to do. Yeah. I think that she's trying to get me to do something with her. It's just a symptom of her not having something to do. Yeah. So I think I'll make a break soon and try to walk outside. Probably when I'm starting to go in half an hour or so. Just see how it goes. Hopefully she doesn't run away when I go with her outside. No, I will get her online. Strip her on a line. But I know that she can get outside of that. If she really tries hard to get outside the line. That, I don't know, that vest that you strip the cat inside. So this is going to be an adventure. Yeah, I want to get at least something first in the project. The project first. Project goes first. Because doing work is what actually will feed the cats. And if I don't have something in my work, it brings some money back. Nice that the cat dies happy, but yeah, then they will pretty much stop that if I don't make money. Yeah, that can't go. What I want to do is I want to have I want to get the tools inside palette. And cutely, I'm fixing a lot of things that I shouldn't fix. I should first try to how do the buttons get inside the palette, because that's going to answer some questions that are going to show up later. this. Portfolio Spectre Peel, I should also work on that. Okay. And there's some errors with the buttons right here. Let's close all the tabs to the right and go in here. If this callback function that needs to be added. We need to have the tool inside of here, and when you click on the tool, something needs to happen. And what happens when you click it? It's a little bit different because the active tools actually don't do anything with a call back. I still think I need that callback just to change the theme and colors of the button. It's a little bit. Actually, that should be inside of here. I think I can get this out. Yeah. I think that would simplify things. Then I also would have type of tools, the active tool and the action tool, and the action defines an action when you click the button. That's the difference. Yeah. On click. Yeah. On button click. We want to do something. Okay, now we need to. Let's also need to change something. Action tool. Then we need to have a reference inside of the brush. Now it has reference to both the brush, the tool types. Need to reference the button, the action, and the tool button. Whenever I don't have access to the button, this. That's pretty nice so far. The part is how do I need to now call this function to do this when we select a brush. Yeah, so that's going to be the thing, and then things should get much clearer. Yeah, if we change the selected brush, need to have a function, yeah. Private, let's first just try to write the method. I think it should be in here, but maybe I'm wrong. Add current brush tools, and we are going to call the palette and clear it. And the methods are static. Need to be static. Okay. Seems to work out. Clear the buttons, and then for each, it's pretty straightforward. Brush. Probably could also call that in the inside of the palette. Let's keep going. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I want to simplify this. You know what? Let's go into the palette and say public static void add tool buttons, and then we don't need the other two methods anymore. We still have this icon path and button tooltip. I think we can probably assign them to the tool itself as a public variable string icon path. Button tooltip. And then we wouldn't need those two. We just have the tool. Also need to find some new music. Because this playlist is kind of repetitive, but later. So this will go in there and add all the tools. Okay. And just read out the tools for the icon path and tooltips. Okay. However, how do I define the tooltips and button? The icon paths and tooltips. Yeah, that's now the question. Now we're going to the paint tool. And I'm not sure if I want to do this in code. I think it should be better if I can do this in the paint, in the inspector over here. No, in the class. So I want to go and say icon path is going to be this. It's not going to let me do that. And then this as the icon path. There's a public string icon path, but I don't know how to override it. Public string icon path. Okay, so I need to do this in the constructor themes. I'm not sure if it's correct. Tooltip. But I guess it works. And then we have this. And this. And then we can get rid of this. I think we need a click function. So this is going to have restructuring. So now we kind of have the code how to add the individual tools. Which is nice, I guess. But we still need to call add tool buttons in the brush list. Brush forger palette. Good. Refresh brush tool buttons. That should do. Now every time we select a tool, every time we set a brush, even the first time we set it, we will add the tools automatically. We don't have to worry about the code or something that doesn't work. Okay, let's not make this read only yet. Okay, that's nice. So we know how to get our buttons inside. We still have to define all the buttons. Which is basically just because I want to have this icon paths. I don't want to look them up again. Yeah. So let's go ahead with the erase tool. just white erase, but I'm too lazy for that. Okay. Okay, now we have the active tool container. This is going to get outside of here. And then we have the palette finish. Actually, I think I should just finish the palette, and then can go for a break. I think that would be a really nice step forward. And after that, we still have to clean up all the errors in here. It's 65 at the moment. Yeah. So all these things that are red right now, I'm going to clean that up. I think I have 1 or 2 questions that are a little bit harder. Like the tool selected hotkey. It's going to be a little bit hard to answer how to do that. And most of the time, the variable names here. These are just variable references to the brush. Yeah. I mean, I still can think about where do I want to save the draw radius? Is it in the tool or in the brush? Yeah. It's kind of what do I want? I mean, I could make an instance of the tool class every time. Then you would save the draw radius with a tool. I actually want to have the tools to be static, but I can't define static tools. That's kind of meh. Because I don't see the tools as something that you add and remove from the inspector. These are static references to methods that you call. So I'm like, yeah. But that's where most of the issues. These are all the issues that are still inside, and then I can just clean up here. There's also a lot of, hey, what kind of these are also easy to fix. Yeah, these are the methods that go inside of the different tools. So yeah, probably because I've already started with the tools. Let's go create folders here. Active tools. And action tools. And then we have our prefab brush, prefab brush, flip X. Oopsie. Go make another flip Y. Go make another. Actually, it's flip X tool. Rotate left tool. And rotate right to I want to inherit from option tool. I need to implement on button click. Yeah. We need to implement that. Actually correct. Let's see. I need to define tooltip. Icon path inside of the individual things, as I like to call them. Okay, so I said I will go with my tag cat. That was supposed to be 15 minutes ago, so we'll start to just put something into the oven, maybe pizza or chips. Yeah. And then I will walk my cat just around the street a little bit, just to give her some impression. She will hate it, but I'm going to just give her something to think about, because she doesn't have a lot of things to do. Yeah, but currently the project looks very good. Like we were down from 69 errors or more to 9 errors, and after that we can compile and see where we have work to do, because we've made so many changes right now that things are not going to work out immediately. But when they work out, hopefully, it will be better. I still have work to do with the hotkey functions, because I don't think that the hotkeys work like I want them to, with the new tools. Kind of have to think of the concept, but it's yeah. And I'll also have to get the tools into the prefab brush. Yeah, currently there's no tools. The tools are not going to show up, so I need to be able to assign the tools through the inspector. But since I can't see the inspector right now, that's kind of redundant. But yeah, I digress. Do that later. When I come back, I'll be right back, going to cook and walk my cat.
You like my rendition?
No.
Here, let's do it again.
Okay, back again and ready for some action, I hope. I am. Trying to fix the errors that we still have in the current asset. And then we'll just see where this is taking us. I've been working my cat now, Luna. And she's very excited right now. Like I first thought like, okay, she would be mad at me because she's not used to going outside, but she took it quite nice. When she was outside, she was just scared and didn't move that much, so not a lot of things to talk about. But in the aftermath, she seems to have taken that quite well. So I guess she's very excited. I think she wants to go outside again. Kind of sad because now I have to leave her. She's sitting next to me and just licking her fur. And I think she wants to go outside again. Although I have to work. And I can't, and she's not in the stage where I can just let her outside. She just I need a GPS signal then. I don't have one right now. Slayer I had a GPS signal for cats, and Slayer he lost it. Yeah, and I haven't bought a new one due to money constraints, which is not a good sign. Yeah. Not good. Look at the cat. Look at that cat. There she is. You see that? That's the cat. Yeah, okay, you can't see anything. There she is. But now she's just excited from going outside. I think life is sometimes beautiful and cruel at the same time. Like she was so happy to go outside, and now I have to take it away. But it won't be the last time, so yeah. Well, not my fault. I don't make the rules. Okay, let's get going. I'm just going to get some music done. Not sure if I can play that. But whatever, let's just play this. Okay, and let's get going. So, the work here, I don't have anything special to tell about the work in the asset. I think that's all in the same class, which is nice. It's very nice. It means I only have to fix one class, and we are probably going to see the changes that we made. So that's exciting. Let's go.
Hey, I'm up.
Hey, good morning.
Living in 7 monutes.
In 7 minutes, okay, cool. I just was walking, getting my dinner and walking with my cat outside, which was really refreshing, but also very stressful for her. But she likes it.
Where'd you walk with her?
I just was going one time around the street here. I know some places where there are no cars, and that's basically where I did go with her. I didn't have much time because I was cooking at the same time, so I put the food in the oven, and calculate like, okay, now I have 25 minutes. Just some chips and nuggets. Yeah, and I was like, okay, 25 minutes. I can go outside, walk the cat, come back, and eat dinner. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. So I was just stripping here, starting to cook, and get outside immediately, walk the cat. And it's really a hard schedule for her because she's a cat. She doesn't like to be dragged around really fast on the time constraint. Normally with cats, if you go outside, you really want to take your time, and you couldn't do that. Yeah, but she liked it nonetheless. I'm gonna change the music because some of these tracks are pretty bad. Yeah, can't stand them. They're annoying. Last one just was. I don't know what people think about when they're putting things like this into the internet. That track was disturbing.
It auto reloads as you change the code.
Depending on what, yes. Not everything reloads, so Unity compiles everything, has a system to detect what kind of code changed and compiles that. I know that some guys were talking about that it has a very good detection on what is changing because it would take forever to recompile the whole project every time. It still takes a lot of time to recompile. But what I'm auto reloading is mainly yes. What is not changing is, for example, the things that I create. These are instances of the brush, for example, or the tool over here. This is an instance of the tool, and if I change anything in that instance, the values will not be forgotten. Yeah. Now I'm not sure because I'm not controlling this yet. If I think it will create a new instance right now. Yeah, it created a new instance, so I still have to do some work on that. Yeah, I guess that answers your question. But normally you can create instances, and if you don't forget your instance every time, it will not auto reload. Actually, it does auto reload. Yeah, if I make any change to the inspector, which is this whole thing, this is a window with inspectors. It will detect the changes and reload. I think yes. Yeah, I would say to answer your question, yes. Okay, kind of annoyed my cat, so I can keep programming. I was thinking about, yeah, okay, that's nice, but I need to get going. A bit too early to myself go. Unfortunate for I have some work to do here, and I have this problem over here that we can create an instance of the tool that we use, then work with that inside of here. Yeah, this is an instance. There's a reference to the instance of the tool. However, there's a problem, and that is we have always forgetting the instance when we recompile or augment close Unity. So I've seen that I have this active tools list, that the active tools actually seem to save up the instance. We don't forget it forever, but once you close Unity, then forget. That's a bummer. That means that I will have to write where we save the instance, which isn't that hard. I have done the same with the brush. I just don't like to make the whole file. I just like to get around the whole file management thing, where you just say, hey, I have a script reference, and here's the file where save the settings for this reference. Really, I could also save every setting. No, but that's Would be the same as just saving up the instance. Yeah. I'm not really sure what Unity does with the instances, so the documentation is unfortunately very unspecific about that. Like, just mention it all how it manages the instance. I know that the instance is created somewhere inside the Unity system. I thought it's inside the library folder, but I didn't find anything. So I guess I either save every setting in the pre Unity editor prefabs preferences. Editor prefabs. I think that's how it's called. It's a little bit weird for now, but editor prefs. Yeah, editor prefs. Dot. Look into that inside of my method. Editor prefs dot. Yeah, and then you can save things inside of here. But once I would go in, I don't know what I want to do with the tools in the long run, but once I define custom things inside of here that I want to save up, yeah, it's going to be a problem. Since if it's a primitive kind of type of variable, usually it's just like the draw radius, you can save that up, no problem. But if you save up something special, you're going to have a problem. So it's on the long term, it's just easier to write the management system. Thankfully, we already have a management system for the brushes, so we can extend that and also do it for the tool and the mappings. Yeah, and when I've done that, that would be a good turning point for today. I would also like to have the tooltips, not tooltips, hotkeys work again, and that would be a really nice turning point. After that, I still have one bug that I really think should be fixed. Make eraser work on wood, that would be nice. After that, there's only cleanup. That's why I think I kind of would really have that. It depends a lot of how long I take with the instance management. Could take a while to get that done. Yeah. Everything else looks quite nice. Yeah, it would really be nice if I could get the features working completely, and after then I would only have code cleanup, making some comments. Work on the extension, but at least the main asset would be finished. That would be really nice. Nah, I'm going to take for this forever. Oh no, that would be too nice. We can't have such nice things. I would start with the mappings actually. Since the mappings already have a class just for managing the mappings, and all I want to do is to get the same code working that I use for the brushes, and then make that for the brush to world mappings. Yeah. And after I finish that, I do the same things for the tools. And after I do that, I should be finished with the instances. That would be nice. So I should get rid of the bug that every time I put a 1 inside of here, recompile, and it forgets the value. And I did forget the value. I don't know how it remembers the direction though. I think that's inside of the target to plane thing. Which are going to change. Yeah, I think that's an oversight. Let me look. Push world mapping. I think I use the editor to just save up the value. Yeah. Yeah, I use the editor preferences to save up the value. This is not a good idea. Yeah, this is not a good idea to save up the in the editor prefs. It's okay if it would just be for one value, but since I want every value to be saved up, and it would be easier if I extend it later to just have this done and fixed, so I can actually work with it. Yeah, I can get around a lot of work. Usually, you plug in any value here, it works, but then when you actually want to do something, Leonardo, you're really excited, huh? Okay, she really like to go outside. Yeah, so whatever, let's get going. Brush to world mapping. You're getting an instance now.
Man the freaking roofers.
Roofers? What's roofers? What is that?
They are here working on my house.
Ah, are they freaking loud? Well, I am. And they're doing their job. Like, wouldn't complain too much. But yeah.
And they were going to use the wrong nails, but I talked to the boss.
Ooh. Nails? Oh, they were working on the
They were going to use nails that rotted outside.
Okay, that's odd. Because actually, they should know better what they are doing than you do. When it comes to roofing, so a little bit odd. On the flip side, the roofers are not always the highly educated people.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I was hoping they would do better than me, but I'm not sure if they will.
Yeah, I mean, some people just want to do a job and earn some money for their living, and I don't know if it's always also a thing in America where people just say, hey, it worked, so why change it? We have always done it like that. Something in Germany you hear such excuses all the time. It's a little bit annoying, but yay. Yeah, I wouldn't complain that they are loud though. And just if they don't do a good job, that's something that would concern me a little bit. Pretty much. Pretty concerning. They just use rust nades that are going to rust. Yeah, I don't know. So what kind of roof do you get? Is it some kind of roof that you are they nailing the roof to the rooftop, or is it just the internal structure underneath the roof tiles?
They are working on the fascia soffit, which are the parts that stick out from the roof. Fascia.
Let me look that up. Fascia.
Look, roof fascia.
Yeah. Okay. Good that I looked it up. The first thing that I thought that was you meant the gutter, but now this image explains it quite well. fascia. Ah. And society.
Try not to come in 1 minute face with open mouth and cold sweat fire https cut lee 4 righty 7 ema
Okay. But okay,
These bots.
these bots are super annoying, yeah. So I actually try to not waste time on bots, but the bots are getting more and more aggressive on Twitch. What the fuck? It's really something. I've tried out Fiverr.
You should make me mod.
Yeah, but I've also tried to ban the bots, but the modding doesn't help that much. I think I could try to get better filters in. Yeah, that would help. It's really annoying how many bots there are. I get like 3 or 4 bot messages per day, and trying to ignore that, but it's very constant. I don't really bother with trying to filter out their how they type in things, and try to get around filtering and battle that. I think it's a very interesting topic, but I currently have another software project going on, so yeah, I could just try out better filters. Yeah. Okay. What was I even doing? Okay, I was inside of here trying to load in the world mappings as scriptable objects. This will definitely go wrong. Let's just see what happens. Okay, now I don't have the vector anymore. What script is it for Bosch? Oh, I think it's something that you find here as a test. Premiere, it's a test thing. Oh, isn't. No, it's a, there's a test. This is a test. So it doesn't like. I think it doesn't like that. I define the class underneath another class. But I'm not sure about that. And I don't see the inspector of the queue and world mapping. It's odd. Also, don't get any errors. Okay. It even tells me, okay, you need to take the same name or won't compile probably. Okay. So what if I remove them? I think then they will in there and not delete themselves. Oh, never mind, they deleted themselves. Okay. Just need to see that I can reference the inspector over here. We have the first we'll have the mappings as a script reference saved up inside internal references. I could probably change the folder structure a little bit. So that in the internal references I have a folder named mappings, brushes, and tools. Yeah. Let's actually write it down. Say mapping references under mappings, brushes under brushes, tools under tools. Yeah, that's but not a very big thing. Also need to find if I can save the inspector field. It doesn't seem to work. Okay. Not the inspector. The value that I have selected in this drop-down just don't seem to memorize. And that was working. I don't know why it's not working anymore. Probably they're probably just going to look it up and look what happens. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard.
What breed cat is she?
Maine Coon cat. So I don't really know for sure, but we suggest that it's Maine Coon. So she's not from a breeder, that's why it's not 100%, but yeah, we think she's from a breeder or something, and she's a pure Maine Coon cat. Yeah. The other, all my cats are from the shelter. Yeah, that's why I can't say for sure what kind of breed the cats are. She has very long hair. She's big. That's not a European short hair cat for sure. Yeah. And for a Maine Coon, she's actually a little bit small, but she's still big. Yeah, so I think that she's still in the normal range of a Maine Coon cat. Yeah, but I've seen Maine Coon cats. She has a weight of 6 kilograms, 6.5, and Maine Coon cats, the big ones, can weigh up to 10 kilograms. And I've seen a Maine Coon that is that big, and it's really impressive, but also scary. Yeah, Maine Coon cats. These are really beasts. But not Luna. Luna is really kind. She never uses her claws. Very obedient cat. If I tell her you don't go in the kitchen sink and teach her that, she's very fast at doing it. Too much tomato. Hi.
Hi.
Our stream cancelled. How? Hi. What's
Hi,
up?
Raiders. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the wait. How are you doing?
Congrats on streaming for 8 hours.
Thanks. That's actually nothing special when you're programming. Actually, I also ate dinner in the meantime, so it's not that special. But thank you. Yeah, and welcome to the programming stream. I hope you enjoy seeing code and math and algorithms. Yeah, I didn't know that you have a thing for that. But I also have cats, so.
Not that special eyes are bleeding. Cat on top of the PC is amazing.
Yeah, I can show her. If I go into the, here you can see her. That's a huge Maine Coon. Thank you. So, what have you been doing? Yeah, are you also a developer stream and just coming over, or a gaming
Haha, even
stream?
better knowing there is an amazing cat tree in the background.
Oh,
Cats are my profession.
that's not a tree. that's a full parkour here. If I show the room, yeah, I customized the room a little bit. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm trying to give them something to do the whole day. They also have stuff in the other rooms, but
Kitty must be very happy.
kind of. Hey, she's very happy right now. Yeah, I've been with her outside today.
Something to do other than sleeping.
Yeah. So here's the thing: when cats don't get to do something, they kind of get bored and stupid, and it's not good for them if they don't get anything to do. I have 3 cats, So they play a little bit with each other, so they have something to do. But I actually
Cat, more
need,
cat easy.
yeah. But I really try to give them something meaningful to do every day. So I stand up, I give them the treat, and I play with them a game where they have to give me their paw. Huh? Hey Luna, pigeon. You see that she immediately reacts to it. She's
Meaningful.
but she doesn't understand why I want to
They
give her
should
the
learn
paw.
game dev.
Hey, pigeon. Hello. Huh? Okay, she doesn't understand right now. No, normally I give her a treat and I do that in the morning. And then she gives me her paw and then she gets the treats, for example. It's just to get her brain a little bit going. Hey, Fullbox, thank you for
No
following.
treats are being offered right now.
Probably. But I think she's just sleepy. Brainwood Games, thank you for following. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I follow whatever Fullbox follows.
Oh, that's interesting.
Same.
So you're a follower of a follower. Oh, really nice. What have you been programming on? Yeah, they should learn game dev. Are you from a game dev stream?
Been working on Torso Tennis, my roguelike game.
Ah, Torso Tennis. Yeah.
We all game devs. Also working in Unity.
Ah, yeah. It's cool.
Fullbigo.spin. Only imposter here is Fullbox. Ha 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 ha.
And you mean there's an imposter among us? I mean, I can ban if we have imposters. Only game devs alone. No, we are not exclusive.
I know Unity.
I know Unity, yeah. I mean, everybody who games a little bit knows Unity, but that does make you a game dev, yeah. But it's still cool if you
Knowing
just
Unity is only
like
worse.
to watch how people make games. Actually, making games is a little harder than people quite realize. I mean, if you compare to making websites, a decade ago, making websites was so much easier, and now making websites, they've
We
come
know
up
we
with
know,
ways
kinda legit here,
to make
LUL.
it complicated. Okay, so you maybe want to know what I'm doing right now. So I'm actually not working on a game itself, so I'm working on making tools to make games. And this thing is a brush
Yes,
forger.
did you decide to name it Brush Forger?
Yes, I finally decided on the name. Yeah, and how is it going with your torso tennis? Yeah,
Excellent choice.
excellent choice. Thank you. Okay, so at this tool, actually it doesn't work right now. Didn't know why. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it does work. So currently this is a brush where you can just paint things in. I'm trying to make it as generic as possible. So currently this is working with prefabs, and I'm working on the palette so that you can define as many things as possible. Today I've been sitting on that you can define the individual tools and give them the actual function to draw in things, and then the brush only holds what you want to draw. So this is prefab brush. Here are the prefabs. They are defined in here. This is one prefab, this is another prefab. They are just examples right now. You can basically put in any object into the brush and then draw that into the scene. Yeah, well, that's quite cool. Yeah, currently the state is quite okay, and I'm just going to find all the quirks and bugs that A cure. I see right now when I draw things in here, and now I try to draw in again, it still memorizes the old positions. Yeah. So that's a bug right there. Yeah. It's because it memorized the strokes. I need to change that again. Yeah, all the small things that arise when you work on a thing for a long time. But I can clean it up again. And now I have to work on the tool options. Currently it's like this. You have this draw radius inside of here. You can see that I can change it to anything. It will not display infinite number of objects, because at a certain size it just gets ridiculous if you draw in thousands of objects at the same time. I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but it's starting to lag. That's why I limited the number of objects that you can draw in. And then also it's the same thing with erasing, and there's all the quirks that I'm trying to find. Yeah, and maybe in a year or so I will be finished. It just takes so much time. Yeah. Do you like the name Brushforger? It's I really had a breakdown just to come up with that name, because it basically took a whole day just to come up with the name for the asset.
Last time I was here, we were brainstorming names.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it was you. I was like, first I thought like, okay, that name. I thought like, yeah, I know the name. And when you say Tennis Torso, I was like, yeah, okay, I think I know that guy, but I'm not that good at remembering stuff when it comes to things that are not related to coding, I guess. Are you making progress? Oh, and here's one thing. I wanted to name this Brushforge. I actually think Brushforge would even be cooler. But then I was like, okay, there's already some guys who named themselves Brushforge. They don't seem to be active, or they seem to be AFK. But I was like, yeah, but then I have to buy the domain and stuff, and it's taking too much time and effort. Let's just add an R and call it Brushforger, and it still works quite alright. Yeah. Okay. I think I will just try to get going and finish the next task that I have. Damn, I think I copy paste things here. It's not good. Let's just see if this is redundant or not.
Okay, time to walk the dog and have lunch. Gonna leave a lurk up. Good luck with programming.
Okay. Thanks a lot and have fun with your dog. Yeah. My dog here. I've actually been outside with my cat today and walked her. And I actually plan to walk my other cat today too. Yeah, because I just see that they really enjoy going outside, yeah, and have a lot of fun with the dog. thing that just works. Yeah, so I guess I finished the task over here, which was about making these buttons work. Oh, I still have to work with the hotkeys a little bit, and then I think it should be fine. Yeah, and then the buttons are working again like they should be, but this time they can be assigned dynamically. Yeah, so you define the buttons that a brush has inside the brush. Yeah, I think I can do it a little bit more stylish though. The kind of code is a little bit so something is bothering me about that. Yeah, I could because I'm repeating this line of code 4 times, and I actually don't have any need to save the tool inside of the variable, so that's kind of redundant. So let's fix that, or I can go on. Securely, it looks like there's a lot of things that are not assigned. I can just do it like this. So I don't need the variable anymore. Makes it a little bit smoother. I'm not sure if I want to do a loop here. Doesn't get much prettier. Oh dear, I can see how I can get these lines of code down to 3 lines, maybe 4. But because I just need the type and the container, and it's and everything else always the same. Let's do that. That's a little bit retarded, but it's clean code, baby. Oh no. Yeah, I see a problem here. It's going because this typecasting. Oh no. Maybe I would have to do it with reflections, and I would have to. I hate reflections. And the lists are completely different types and not easy to convert. Yeah, I think it's getting a little bit over the top. List let's just see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. I can't just have a list. If you want to even take the current meters. Yep. Yeah, these are two different kind of lists. Yeah, kind of. It kind of is a waste of time. I just want to try it out and see what happens. So what I'm doing right here is I want to get these lines of code into one function that generically repeats these two lines of code. But since it's a lot of typecasting and types are not easy, I have to look if I can even do this stuff that I want to do here. Okay, let's see if this even works. It works. That's kind of unnecessary. It's completely unnecessary, but it works. So the only thing is that I need two methods here. One for active, one for action. I don't think I can get it down. C# list as without type. Make a dictionary. No. List object. Is that possible? And I won't accept it. One object? It won't accept the parameter then. Yeah, I could kind of cast here, but let's just embrace what I have. An action tool. Act. Actually, I don't need to give it the list then. Just need to cut it like that. See if that works. Needs to remember the door radius here. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay, cool. Completely unnecessary to narrow that down. Even though I think I can inherit that. Yeah, I think I can inherit that to get the base type, and because you're going to use this method a lot in every time type of watch. Yeah, that's why I think it might be a good idea. Okay. the cool thing here is, since I now inherit this method, I have this available for every time I find a new brush. I don't need to rewrite that method. Yeah, it's the cool thing about the inheritance here. Can make them virtual, so you could override them if you want to. I could even narrow that down to even less. If I would say now, let's make it a list. It's not getting much prettier though. You could say, hey, there's a lot of tools. Let's make all the tools into an array list and then add them in a loop. I don't know, I can read, but this is enough for the readability. Now you can read exactly, okay, you're going to add this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool. You could add this to an array list, but I think now it's, what I would do here is just going to be fancy. Yeah, so probably not a good idea. Okay, yeah, I'm going to end this stream for right now. So the thing is, I just wanted to fix the paint to. I don't know what kind of quirk I just programmed, but first of all, I have a cat on my lap, and it's kind of hard to program with. But the main reason is, it's getting late, and the sun is going down soon, and I want to get out with one of my cats and walk with her. And that's why I have to end this stream right now. Probably will go back and try to fix this error. Yeah, but thank you for watching. I'll just go over the to-do list though. So we have a tool lists for make tool lists for brushes mappings. Yeah, I've done this for brushes. I don't think it's cool for mappings. I don't see the reason to do that right now. Would be easy right now. I don't see the reason. Although, have a main brush type. Yeah, we have that. Main brush type defines tools used. Yes. Tools can be assigned in the brush inspector. We don't have that. We assign that in the code itself. It can be done though. If you define your own inspector, you could do that. I don't do that in the Qt script. So it can be, but I think it's that would add a field in here where you assign the tools. And I think normally you wouldn't use that. It's something that feels like I just want the things in here that you need to draw, and your draw settings, and not the settings for the brush, what kind of tools it uses. You can customize that in the code quite easily by just adding this one line which is this line of code, yeah. So this is really easy to do. Everybody can do that. Make function handle CMOS track in every tool. That's actually correct. Add tool inspector with options like draw radius, erase radius. Yeah, it's also done. Add persistent instances for tools and mappings. It's also done. Save mapping references under mappings, brushes under brushes, tools under tools. Yeah, that's the sub folders. Memorize fold outs that have been opened. That's to be done. And I think all these things here are also to be done. And then we have this new bug. Fix paint function. I don't know currently what's up with the paint function. It just behaves differently than it used to, and I've been trying to fix it. If you put it at 100%, no, not because I tried to fix it. I've actually broken it. I'm not sure why. I think it's this line of code over here. We try that out. No. I think I've broken it. Let me look at the null position. Where's the null position? Let's put something into null. So let's see if something's happening over here. So the null position is interesting because if things are not assigned correctly, you can see things happening here. So let's see. No. So I'm a little bit confused what it is doing right now.
You almost done with the free version.
Yeah. Yes. I wish I could say for sure. It's mostly just bug fixing and fixing the with the draw function. I had this already. It's probably not taking too long. I don't get it, but I need to get outside now. Yeah, but if I look at the task, I would say the task get nicer. I'm not sure if I would say almost done. But I'm done with the main structure. That's really good. There's a huge stepping stone that I just crossed today. Where I think the overall structure of the asset is nice, because now you can assign the tools to the brush. And before I had the problem that you had a sculpting brush, and when you sculpt with the sculpting brush, you would not draw things in. You would maybe increase or decrease the height of the terrain or something. And I was like, okay, in my mind I had to, the tools are static tools before, so I had to completely change the structure of the project. And it took a long time. Now you just tell the brush which kinds of tools it has, and that has the benefit of you only have the paint methods in the paint tool, so that divides the code into nicer parts where you can find things for debugging, and makes it easier to find and debug things. Before, everything was in the brush. And that made the brush had, I think, 500 lines of code, yeah. And the more you changed there, the more lines of code it had. So I think the division here is better, yeah. Makes it more accessible for people. Where the paint tool has 300 lines of code, that's a good size. I think that's perfect. And you have a good division. I currently don't see that I need to make huge changes. And I still have some quality of life changes that I will do, but these are generally faster to do and a little bit nicer. And I don't have anything big with the Unity editor going on right now. Or anything big where basically the main work here was just thinking about what makes sense, yeah. And it really took me a lot of time to figure out, okay, how does it make sense to have these buttons being spawned in there dynamically, yeah, being created as an instance dynamically. Yeah. So if I keep going at this tempo, yeah, it probably will be finished this week with the base. And I'm just a little bit hesitant to make the prediction that I will be finished this week, because every time I say that, I'm not finished in that week. Yeah, that's my issue. Maybe I can go, but if I want to make a prediction, I can just go over here, man, and say if I go down every task that I have, memorize the fallout, that's nothing. Fix the paint function, maybe half a day if it goes really, really bad. Make eraser work on root, that's interesting. Then comments, fix error when selecting a brush that doesn't do anything. I think that's not even a thing. Yeah, I can get rid of that. Yeah, that was. I looked into that, and if you can't code, then I can't help. We move to the assets, yeah. So then there's a lot of cleanup. We have a second mapping algorithm. That's not going to happen. It's going into another version. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm going to write this into no. It's more into because that's really nice to have, but that is going to into the it falls into the category of feature creep. I would like to get the thing out and see if anybody even uses it. So I can be sure that it's not a huge waste of time. I think brushes generally are used and downloaded, and you have a lot of brush assets. Yeah, but if we have like maybe 10 or so downloads, yeah, that's not worth it. But you generally have thousands of downloads. And the asset that I have on the Unity Asset Store, it really did not take long until I had several thousands of downloads, and then I know that I have something. But who knows? Sometimes stores and market stores, they are built differently. Yeah. And sometimes things just explode, I don't know even why, and sell well. And usually it's the things where I say I have no idea, where I need this and it's nothing special, and then that's of the things that sell best, where I think, okay, it's absolutely not that hard to do in comparison to other things. And yeah, that's just how things sometimes work. So you need simple things. Yeah. Okay. Then I need to make the surname, put it into the asset store. Still have this. To go into the attribute. This is also pretty easy. Consistent use of Unity UI toolkit. I've done that. I have to control if the undo function is working everywhere. I think there's going to be a hiccup with that. The undo function is generally a little bit clunky to do. Now I've gotten better with it, but yeah, that's the undo function sometimes doesn't work like I would like to. Easy to overlook something there. Solve all to-dos, clean up code, test out, and make a demo scene. Yeah, that's. I would say that every task looks easy, but there's some risk that something goes wrong and takes more time. So I can see this take another month. Especially if I also do with the parallax brush. But the base, I would make a prediction for 2 weeks with the base brush. Hopefully faster. Okay. But yeah, almost done with the free version. I think I'm hitting a lot of stepping stones. Yeah. At least where I can say, is this going to be released for sure? Yeah, if I have to work on another project now, I can even work on this in my free time after the job. Yeah, that's no problem. I can still release it. So I think that's really good. So thank you for watching and tuning in, or watching the VOD afterwards. I'm going off, walking with my cat outside, and I wish you a really nice and good day, the remaining day. I'm off for today, and see you next time. Goodbye.